Hello, everyone, and welcome back to yet another session on polity and constitution. I hope I am audible as well as visible. So, in the meantime, others will keep on joining. Let's do a quick recap. So, in the previous class, that is yesterday, we had taken up for discussion, of course, the remaining portion of center state relations, things like the Finance Commission, Article 280, then the financial relations. Then we moved on to understanding fundamental rights. What are these fundamental rights? And how do we, why do we call them fundamental? Classification of rights into fundamental, constitutional, statutory, so on and so forth. We also saw what is the definition of state, that is Article 12. We saw Article 13 and the entire concept of basic structure doctrine, the concept of some very important elements in the constitution which can never be modified, which can never be taken away. And those elements are decided by the, of course, Supreme Court on a case-to-case basis. Then we looked into understanding our rights, starting with Article 14, or rather the group of rights 14 to 18. And the very first right was Article 14, equality before law and equal protection of laws. So Article 14 as well, both the elements of it, where we need equality and also a sense of equity that is required, meaning the idea being that we should provide for differential treatment, a sense of positive discrimination, wherein we give to people what they require, right? So that is what is there, the idea of equity. That's it. We solved a couple of questions and we are done for yesterday. Now, today we'll take up for discussion Article 15 onwards. We look into the reservation, etc., and then hopefully the other provisions as well. Okay, let's begin our discussion today. But before that, 5 questions for the day. Starting with the first question. Please mark your answer. I'll give you a minute. Interesting. We had discussed this question, so lack of revision is clearly showing. Ad hoc judges, Article 127. The President of India will not appoint, but it is the CJI who appoints the or who calls for this ad hoc judge. Okay. So the prior permission of president is required, but the person who calls for is the what? The CJI. So one is wrong, rest all of them are correct. So A is the right answer. He is appointed when you have to just refer to your notes on judiciary, Article 127. You also have your live recording available. You can view that also, explained properly in the class. Okay. Coming to question number 2. "45 seconds should be sufficient." Okay. So with respect to financial emergency and national emergency, there is no maximum period. The maximum period of 3 years is only for president's rule and not for anyone else. Secondly, repeated parliamentary approval is only required for national emergency and president's rule. We had not seen any such provision for financial emergency. So 1 is correct, 2 is correct, C, both 1 and 2. Okay. Moving on to question number 3. Easy question. Please mark the answer. A lot of you marked surprisingly B as the answer. Why? Improper, not proper, improper. So of course, if the state works against secularism, so president's rule can be imposed. It is actually accurate and proper imposition of president's rule. It is fully justified. So this can't be the answer. Remove 3. How can imposing president's rule become improper if the state is not working against, if the state is working against secularism? Now, 2 is correct because there is no such situation, as I had said in the class also, whether there is allegation of corruption, whether there is any kind of maladministration, these are not grounds for imposing precedence rule. The ground for imposing precedence rule is this. Which article is this? Tell me. The fourth point. Which article is this fourth point? Okay, great. A lot of you are writing this correctly. This is Article 365. When the center gives an order to the state and the state does not follow it, disregarding the constitutional direction of the center. Okay. So that is why 1 and 2 only are improper ways here. Now moving on to question number 4. A minute, sufficient time. Please mark your answer. Okay, a lot of you got this correct. Of course, this seems to be an easy question. Statement 3 here is wrong. If you read statement 3, approval of the parliament. No, it's the approval of the president which is required in case the CGI plans to have the Supreme Court sittings in Goa or any other state. So this here is not the parliament but the president. So 3 is wrong. Remove 3. You get the answer. 1 and 2 are correct, of course. And last question for the day. Simple and easy. 30 seconds. Either you know it or you don't. This was very bad. It was a simple, straightforward question. I mean, if you had marked the answer Tamil Nadu, it was understandable. But Rajasthan, Andhra Pradesh come under Schedule 5 areas. So why will not have a TSC? Tribal Advisory Council, if you don't remember, this was under Schedule 5, 10 states. Apart from it, states like Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, and Uttarakhand, these 3 states also have a TAC, hence Karnataka is the right answer. Okay. So that is all. We are done with our discussion on the questions for today. So how did you feel after today's performance? Just 3 people getting all 5 correct. Oh, and only handful of people getting 4 correct. Shobit, Abhishek, Vaishna. Very good. Shruti, Nataraj, Chris, Pooja, and Ankita. 4 correct. Pretty decent. Then SS, XY, Jyoti, Venkat Nalla, TH Candy, Brugna, Viswa, Konda, Priyanshu, Anjali, Soumilya, Sahil, Simran, so on and so forth. Okay, so not really a nice point. And I don't know these names. Surprisingly, I never see the names of the toppers in this question also. That is what even baffles me. That all these toppers were there, they never ask question in the class. So anyway, it is important to revise. Such as somebody had asked me a question, though I had told the person to mail or ask the question in the class. Now, okay. So one student, Mansi, had actually asked this question. I could not respond in the mail because it would be an entire paragraph and all. So, sir, can you please tell me what the mistake the aspirants generally do that took so many attempts for them to clear the exam, even though they read the same material? I thought I'll answer this question, that why are aspirants getting the same material? Still, some take 6 years, some take 1 year only. The answer is right in front of you. In this class only, I taught the exact same content to everybody here. Some scored all 5, right? Some score only 1, 2. So the point is never that there is some magical material a topper reads. The magic is inside you. Are you putting in the effort or not? Apart from it, there can be some circumstances. Somebody who say takes 5 attempts could be a working professional. Okay. So they do need more time. They have less time to study every day. So it may take more time to clear examination. But largely it all boils down to your personal failures. Initially, you start by referring to wrong books, wrong strategy, trying to listen to toppers interviews too much. Just before prelims, log on to YouTube and watch tips and techniques to clear the examination. But those people never tell you that for those tips also, it is important to know everything, and then you can use those tips. So there is no shortcut to clearing this examination, sadly. That is why this becomes a cause of concern. So despite having the same material, the amount of effort being put in, the seriousness is what varies. And also, just because in my timetable it is mentioned 10 hours of studies does not mean I'm studying for 10 hours. I also have to focus for 10 hours. If I open the book and daydream, that will not help. If I try to find faults everywhere, that won't help. Sometimes if I delve deeper into useless things, that won't help. So you have to prepare for this examination, very strict focus preparation, lot of revisions, and do what is required. So again, you know very well what you're doing. So whether you're revising or not, whether you have been studying again and again or not, is something you can answer. Okay, so that's it. Vaishna, so I do ask, okay, so one topper does ask some questions. So my point is, I also want to see those people who are asking questions, their names in topper list. Why is it the case that you are not featuring in toppers list? What is the concern? I think revision is a concern. Kishan, I am new, so should I change the batch or revision? You can revise through recorded lectures, of course, but I think it will be difficult to catch up because now we'll be finishing our discussion in around 2 or 3 more days. So we'll have a class tomorrow. No extra class on Saturday, guys. Enjoy. History, sir, Abhishek sir will take the extra class. Let him take the extra class for 2-3 hours. We'll plan for something next Saturday. So next Saturday, because I didn't want to take 2 hours of class. Next Saturday, we'll have a proper class. If things are required to be covered on Monday, we'll have a better estimate also of what is left. Maybe around 2.5 hours of content will be left, because I also devote around 25-20 minutes every day into giving these practice questions, which is also a waste of class time only. Anyway, so that's it. So no extra class this Saturday from my side on polity. Full enjoyment of extra class of history and your weekend batch if you're attending a weekend batch also. Coming back now to our topic at hand, Article 15, prohibition of discrimination on certain grounds. So just a quick flashback. Yesterday we had covered Article 14. Next is Article 15. I'm sure you must have seen the movie also, Article 15. So as far as Article 15 is concerned, have you guys seen the movie Article 15? No? Some of you who are largely from the Hindi speaking belt must have seen the movie because it's a Hindi movie, Article 15. So in that movie, this concept was there. So what exactly is this Article 15? Article 15 says, and one more thing, there are certain fundamental rights which are available only to the citizens. There are certain fundamental rights which are available only to citizens. So I'll mention here only 15, 16, 19, 29 and 30. Fundamental rights available only to citizens. For example, look at this Article 15. The state, what is state? Article 12 definition, the state shall not discriminate against any citizen on the grounds only of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth. We call it RRCSP. For us to remember it easily, RRCSP. Religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth. So the idea is that the state will not discriminate against the citizens on these grounds only, right? This means they can discriminate on other grounds. Discrimination on other grounds. It is allowed. Can you give me any example of a discrimination that the state does to people on some ground? Okay, age is a criteria. Okay, medical, wealth, income, fair enough, lot of things. So the state does discriminate on your educational levels, on your skill sets, etc. Only 21 and above can apply for UPSC. Only graduates can apply for UPSC. What is this? Discrimination. But on grounds of education, on grounds of age, the state will not discriminate on grounds of RRCSP. Clear? No discrimination on grounds of RRCSP. But sex here means gender. But then have we not seen these government colleges for girls? Government school for girls? Yes or no? So, discrimination. Is this discrimination? Violates Article 15. Should we now go and sit on a dharna? That why is this happening? Please don't go and sit on a dharna because in the same Article 15 there is a clause 3 which says nothing in this article shall prevent the state from making any special provision for women and children. Are we clear on this? So nothing in this article will prevent the state from making any special provision for women and children. Okay, that's it. So that is clause 1, which prevents the state from making prevents the state from discriminating against its citizens. Now, the same article is also there for other people. So any citizen of this country will not face any discrimination. Any citizen of this country will not face any discrimination on grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, or any of them combined together. Any of them refers to any kind of combination that is there. So to completely clarify any kind of doubt, so any of them, be subject to any disability, liability. We will not impose any liability on you, we will not restrict you, etc. With respect to what? Accessing the shops, accessing public restaurants, accessing hotels, places of public entertainment, meaning what? So all these places, shops, restaurants, hotels, etc., the people cannot discriminate against what? Against citizens on grounds of RRCSP. Clear? Apart from this, you will also not face any discrimination of use of wells, tanks, bathing ghats, roads, places of public resort, etc. Any place which is meant for public at large, right? Even if it is run by a private body and it is meant for public at large, you will not face discrimination if you are a citizen. Okay, so that is with respect to the Article 15, the non-violation. I'll come to reservation, so ignore reservation. What is reservation? I'll come to it later on. So just focus on this right now. Race. See, race refers to any common ancestry, common culture, physical attributes that people have or share. That is what is called race. Okay. So anyway, my few questions to you. Question number one, like example of race could be the, especially in the Western countries, right? Africans, the blacks, whites, based on different facial features, like say people from China, etc. They are of a different race than people who are in India largely. So facial attributes, etc. This Article 15 prevents any kind of discrimination on the grounds of RRCSP against Indian citizens. My question is, let us say there is a place, say pubs and all, pubs or desks. If you go to a desk, etc., you will find that sometimes they will have some kind of dress code. You have to wear shoes, floaters, sliders, sandals, gliders, not allowed. Wear shoes and come. Do you think this is discrimination? Allowing people or denying people entry? Denying people entry. What is this discrimination? Article 15. Yes or no? This is not discrimination on Article 15. Don't write yes here. Look at this. RRCSP. If you're not wearing your shoes, so what? No. Even private organizations cannot discriminate. Shop, public restaurant, hotel, what is that? It's a private enterprise. Focus on RRCSP. Nobody will face any kind of what? Disability. I will not disable you from entering that area. I will not impose any liability on you. I will not impose a restriction on you. I will not impose additional condition on you, right? On grounds of RRCSP, religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth. This is dress code. Discrimination on dress code is allowed. What's the problem? Dress code is not mentioned there. Okay, one more question. What if you go and you want to get a flat is on rent. The person has given out a public notice that I want to give this flat on rent. You go there, the person says, are you a non-vegetarian? You say yes, 4 times a day, every day. Do you think this is discrimination on grounds of Article 15? Yes or no? People who are saying yes, give reason. On caste, what has caste got to do with eating food? Anyway, this is not discrimination. RRCSP. How many times will I tell you? Focus on RRCSP. Your choice of food habit does not form a part of protection here. Only RRCSP. One more question. If the person says, please tell me your religion, you say, I am a Hindu, and the person says, sorry, please leave. Or you say, I am a Muslim, and the person says, please leave. Is this discrimination on grounds of Article 15, yes or no? Of course, yes, this is basic discrimination. Religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, religion. Where is religion? Religion. Okay. I always mention this point, so I don't know if I take a poll, the entire polling gets disrupted. Let's hope we don't have a question today any which way. So this was a final poll. Let me take a poll now. 10 seconds. 2. A for yes, B for no. Just mark the answer. Here the question first. This is a true incident actually. So there was these group of kids who were normally across around a signal, traffic signal. Kids would normally be found begging. So these kids were begging, and they had collected some money, some hundreds of rupees, and they were actually wanting to go and eat some pizza, burger, whatever from some local food joint. So when they went there, the owner of the particular food joint, he did not allow them entry inside that place, which was largely a public restaurant. Is this violation of Article 15 of those kids? A for yes, B for no. Okay, a lot of you say yes. Please give me reasons. Why yes? Race? Arey, Baba, race is if an Indian is begging in the street, is he of a foreign race or what? Race is a physical attribute. As a marker, a separate marker. How do you know what race? That person is of Indian race only. Or you can call him Dravidian. Let's say if the case happens in Pune, Dravidian race only. What is the differentiation on race? Place of birth? What is place of? How do you know? Place of birth means the location, right? It is not, oh, this person was born in hospital, discriminate. Not that. Place of birth refers to the area, the geographical unit, that place of birth. That if you are born in UP, if you are born in some other country, if you're born in South Africa and you come to India, Indian citizen, that is place of birth. See, frankly, this is not violation of Article 15. Article 15's violation only happens on RRCSP, only on grounds of RRCSP. So here, no criteria is met. It may be wrong. It may be wrong. But the person can simply say, I am discriminating on the basis of food habits. I am discriminating on the basis of hygiene, dressing sense. All these things are allowed. Okay. RRCSP is not allowed. So, for example, now this can go crazy also. You go to a girls' PG and say, I want to stay here. Please give me a room. Article 15. I just studied today in polity only. Come on, I want a room here. Possible, possible. Some of you excited souls, full of knowledge, will go and do this. Don't. The point is that the owner can simply say, I am not allowing you entry because of your gender, but because of some moral obligation, sense of morality or security. So the point is, you will have to be able to prove that your discrimination is being done on the basis of RRCSP. If you can establish this in court, then it's okay. Otherwise, you go to court, court will also say, come on, get lost. Okay? Yes, frankly, people can actually discriminate on the basis of RRCSP, but the onus is on me to prove it. Okay. So this is a very difficult situation wherein you have to have proper evidence to prove that you faced discrimination on grounds of RRCSP, because discrimination can be on various grounds. You can also say, sir, in all these discs and all, when I go alone because I'm a perpetual single person, then they don't allow me, sir. They ask me for money. How do I get a girl now? Of course. Again, are they trying to differentiate on the basis of gender? What they'll say is, this is a charge of coming to our pub. Okay, 5,000 rupees entry fees. I am making it free for women. I am not charging money from you. I am making it free for somebody else. Are you clear? Positive discrimination. Article 14 is okay. So you can keep on crying and shouting that stag entry is nonsense, but this is how the society functions. There is a sense of morality, ethics, all these things come into picture. So don't take it too seriously. Don't go crazy. So this is what is Article 15, Clause 1, 2 and 3. Okay. Now, this is what is Article 15. That's it. We are done. Now, back in 1940s and before that, in certain parts of the country, for example, Madras province only, we found that the Madras government had issued a government order called Communal Government Order. Under this order, some seats were reserved for certain categories of people in their educational institutions. So in their engineering and medical colleges in Madras province, 6 seats were reserved for non-Brahmins, 2 seats for backward classes, 2 seats for Brahmins, 2 for scheduled caste, 1 for Muslim, 1 for Christian, 2 for Anglo-Indians. So this kind of reservation was there in educational institutions in the Madras province. Okay. This matter was finally taken up in court. Why? As I said, there was a communal government order. The order was actually called a communal government order. Reservation based on religion, caste in government colleges. So there was this lady called Champakam Dorai Ranjan. She got selected in the engineering college, but because she belonged to the Brahmin community and 2 seats were reserved, she could not get the admission because other seats were also reserved. Her quota was full. So she went to the court. Why? Because there is an Article 29 clause 2. Just read this article for now. Very simple. No citizen shall be denied admission into any school or college maintained by the state, meaning any state government school or college, or state meaning central or state government, or receiving aid. Aid means what? Money. So if there is any school or college which receives government funds, no citizen can be denied admission into it on the grounds of religion, race, caste, or language. Clear? This Madras government order actually was placing reservation for religion and caste, also race, Anglo-Indian reservation. All this was there. So Supreme Court said that this kind of quota, this kind of reservation in educational institutions violates Article 29, Clause 2. And we know very well, under Article 13, if any law, any regulation, any notification violates fundamental rights, that has to be cancelled. Supreme Court cancelled the quota in educational institutions. It was removed. And we know what happened. Parliament, through its First Amendment Act 1951, First Amendment Act 1951, added clause 4. This was the beginning of reservation in educational institutions in the country through constitution. Are we clear? So the parliament modified the constitution and said that the state can provide for, make special provisions for scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, and also any community that they feel is SEBC. Relax. I'm telling you the full form. Socially and educationally backward class. This is called SEBC. Okay. And I would also request you now that you also use the same term SEBC, which you know as other backward classes, OBCs. The constitutionally appropriate term is SEBC. The OBC is not wrong. It's perfectly correct. No problem with that. But to sound more intellectual in the answer, use SEBC, socially and educationally backward classes. After all, it's all about impressing the examiner, the evaluator. Okay, so this was done with respect to education reservation. This is where we began the reservation in educational institutions, which continues till date. Clear? Now, once this reservation was brought, lot of these state governments started providing for reservation in these state government colleges, central government colleges, schools, etc. Over a period of time, it was also observed that some of the states, they started pressurizing the private schools and colleges. to have reservation. That became the problem. That in certain situations, some private schools and colleges were also being forced. Now, again, this matter went to court in the PA Inamdar judgment, where Supreme Court said that any kind of reservation in unaided educational institutions, what is unaided? Private, which is not getting any government funds, in any private educational institution, violates Article 14 and Article 19(1)(g). What is 19(1)(g)? Read. This is 19(1)(g), a very simple article. It says every citizen has a right to practice any profession or to carry on any occupation, trade, or business. Carry on any profession, occupation, trade, business. POTB. Okay. Guys, some of you are constantly mentioning about the reservation. Just hold your horses for now. Control your emotions. I'll discuss that in detail. But if your focus is on asking a question on reservation right now and its merit demerits, then you will not understand this point. So currently focus on this. We'll come to reservation when the time comes. You have to have some information also before you can jump onto reservation. Okay? We'll discuss the points when the time comes. So this is Article 19(1)(g). I run a private school with my own funds. What is the purpose of running the school? It could be profit. That's my own choice and purpose, right? Why should the state tell me how to manage my school? Because Article 19 gives me the right to practice my profession or to carry on any occupation, any trade, any business. Clear? Supreme Court said, if a private school or college is running on its own, you have no right to impose reservation on that school or college. Cancelled. And also Article 14, why? Because you are treating both private and government schools in the same manner, you are clubbing them together. But a private school is different from a government school. Government school is run by the government, public money. Private school is a private person's money. How can you treat them equally? Intelligible differentia. Remember? So it was cancelled. We don't need to go into detail. It was cancelled. Again, the Parliament modified the Constitution, 93rd Amendment Act, and said, sorry, they added one more, Article 15, Clause 5, and said, not at all. The state can provide for special provisions for SCs, STs, and SEBCs in any school or college. In educational institutions, whether aided or unaided, I don't care. We will provide. Extremely sorry. The only exception will be any school or college which is run by minorities. So there we will not provide reservation, but otherwise in any school or college, whether it is private or public, sorry, we don't care. We are going to provide for reservation. As simple as that. Okay. That's it. This completes the reservation in educational institutions. Finally, in 2019, the Parliament made one more change through the 103rd Amendment Act. One more clause was added, Article 15, Clause 6, where the Parliament said, we are going to also provide, along with SCs, STs, and SEBCs, we are also going to provide reservation for somebody who is called an economically weaker section person, EWS. EWS, please don't forget, I'll use EWS from now. Don't ask me, sir, what is EWS? Economically weaker sections. Economically weaker sections. How much of reservation? Up to 10% from those categories which are so far unreserved. Now, what is the criteria for economically weaker section? That the government will decide from time to time on the basis of their family income. Currently, it is 8 lakhs. up to 8 lakhs, or any other indicators of economic disadvantage. Meaning, let's say somebody does not have a land holding, so there is a land holding limit also. If you hold land in an urban area above a certain limit, you are not called economically weaker section. If you hold land above a certain limit in a rural area, you will not be called economically weaker section. Are we clear on this? And this amendment was challenged in the Supreme Court in 2019 only, Janhit Abhiyan case. Finally, after 3 years, in 2022, just last year, towards the end of 2022, Supreme Court upheld this. Okay, Supreme Court upheld this, and now this is constitutionally valid. Supreme Court said there is nothing wrong with providing reservation in schools and colleges for economically weaker section. Aksa, example? What example? Everything you have only one question. Example. What example here? Somebody whose family income is less than 8 lakh rupees will get some extra benefit. How to give example here? Anyway, in our country, we have the reservation along these lines. Okay, we have reservation for scheduled castes. How much is the reservation? 15%. We have reservation for scheduled tribes, 7.5%. We have reservation for SEBCs, also called OBCs, 27%. And then we have reservation for EWS, 10%. This is what is the reservation in the country at the central level. At the state level, it can vary. Some states can have more categories also. That can also be allowed. One more category is persons with disabilities. It is not treated in the total reservation. So we have 4% reservation given to people who belong to certain groups who are physically disabled, PWDs. This is 4%. Now, under PWD also, what has happened is there is something called horizontal reservation. So within the PWD community, it is not a generic reservation. 1% seats will be reserved for people who are visually handicapped. 1% seats will be reserved for people who are challenged with locomotor disability, movement disability, right? 1% for deaf and dumb, etc. So even under the PWDs, there are various categories and reservations are given for those categories also. Are we clear on this? This is the current reservation matrix in the country. See, EWS is meant for all those people who were not otherwise getting the benefit of reservation. Who were not getting the benefit of reservation. It could be for Hindus, Christians, Muslims, etc., who were not getting the benefit of reservation. Okay. So this is the current situation. Again, I'll discuss who is an SC, ST, OBC, what is the criteria shortly. So till then, just control your emotions. And as I said again, please do not count PWDs as a part of reservation. They are considered outside. This reservation is mandatory because people who have faced a physical disability, we have to provide for help or provide for equality of opportunity. Are we clear? That's there. Now, this is Article 15. So originally, Article 15 used to be just about non-discrimination. Clause 1, 2, and 3. All the next clauses 4, 5 and 6, they were added later on, and now Article 15 has become an article about not just non-discrimination but also reservation in schools and colleges. Are we clear on this, everybody? So far, whatever has been said so far. You may have your doubts, which will be cleared shortly as in the time comes. Okay. Now, see, Article 15, I think most of you have crossed that stage, though I think some people are in that stage of 10th, 11th, 12th here. But most of you have crossed that stage. So you have no interest now in the school or college reservation. Okay. But this is the cause of concern for most people now, because now this talks about jobs. Article 16. Article 16 is again non-discrimination. Remember, this right is also meant only for citizens. So Article 16 says equality of opportunity in public employment. There shall be equality of opportunity for all citizens in matters relating to employment or appointment to any office under the state. Okay. Further, it says that no discrimination in matters of employment or office under the state on grounds only of same. This is also meant only for citizens. No discrimination in government jobs. What is public employment? Government jobs will be done on the grounds of RRCSP, religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth. Apart from it, two more grounds are there on which discrimination will not be done. That is residence, where you reside, and descent. Descent means hereditary succession, your nationality, your origin, your background. Okay. So this is there. No discrimination in government jobs will be done on these grounds. However, one more thing you'll observe, for all those who have passed their college and all, let's say in these NITs, IITs, other colleges also, you must have found that some seats are reserved for people from Rajasthan, some for Tamil Nadu, some for Maharashtra, some for Mizoram, some for Delhi, etc. Yes or no? Yes or no? In schools or colleges, place of residence is not a criteria. Remember, it's only RRCSP. So discrimination on other grounds is allowed. For example, residence. Yes or no? In schools or colleges, in educational institutions, the state can discriminate on the basis of where you have been living, but not in government jobs. In government, this is the idea of a common citizenship we talk about, that you are domicile of this country, move anywhere, reside anywhere, work anywhere, no problem. Okay. Now, in case you want to make any kind of reservation, based on residence, where you reside, if you want to make any kind of residence based on where you live, only Parliament can do it. So Article 16 Clause 3 says that Parliament can make provisions for reservation based on residence in government jobs, where you reside, where you live. For example, there is Article 371D. Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, special benefits for people living in these states, reservation in government jobs. Karnataka Hyderabad region, Kalyan Karnataka region, Article 371J, reservation in the government jobs. Some seats are reserved for people coming from this region. Maharashtra, Gujarat, Article 371, Schedule 6 areas. All these things are done by the parliament. So if you want to provide for any kind of reservation for people of your state, parliament has to approve it. Are we clear? That is why reservation is given for people in certain states, because it has been approved by the parliament. And just to clarify one more point here, this issue of residence-based reservation, Supreme Court is very clear on this. Residence-based reservation. What Supreme Court says is, very old case, Pradeep Jain case, 1984. The matter is clear. Supreme Court says any policy of reserving jobs for son of soils is ultra vires the constitution. Reserving jobs for locals is ultra vires the constitution. What is ultra vires? Ultra vires means outside the scope of the constitution. In fact, any reservation that the state governments make, even in private companies, we have always found that that never stands in court. Whether it is a case of Haryana, which is the matter is pending now, Maharashtra in the year 2008, Gujarat in 1995, MP in 2019, Andhra Pradesh earlier, Karnataka earlier, all these states have tried to, for vote bank politics, say that in all these Group C and Group D jobs, 70% locals have to be hired. Normally, this will never stand the test of scrutiny in the court. You can pass a policy, but it will eventually be cancelled by the courts. Whether it was the Sunanda Reddy case, Kailash Chandra Verma case, there are so many cases where Supreme Court has constantly cancelled such kind of reservations. Only if Parliament approves can residence be a criteria for reservation. So how do some states get around it? Very simple. The states get around this. The loophole is what? Language criteria. So if I want to create jobs in West Bengal, I'll say in the examination for this job, you'll have a paper in Bengali. That's it. End of story. If I want to create jobs in Tamil Nadu for locals, I'll say that paper is in Tamil. Of course, why would somebody from Haryana know Tamil or somebody from Kerala know Bengali? So this is how the states find a loophole. Working proficiency in the language tests. It happens in Tamil Nadu, it happens in Maharashtra, it happens in West Bengal, so many states where working knowledge of the local language is required. And see, it's not wrong also, because if you understand and come to think of it, for an IAS it may not be a factor, but for the local staff there, the clerk operating there, who has to meet the people on a daily basis, you should know the local language. Otherwise, the whole task that you are there for is to interact with public, and not knowing local language could be a huge barrier. So it is not seen as something negative also. So that is why this is there with respect to the public employment. But in general, there is no discrimination on grounds of RRCSP. Also, descent and residence. Descent means your nationality, your origin, where have you descended from, your ethnic background, hereditary succession. Anushka, if we can learn, then can we do the job? Yes, of course. If you can pass the exam, etc., you can. Surafuddin, in many national banks, bank clerks. Yes, national banks, they don't hire based on this. So you will find this problem. You go to Tamil Nadu, a lot of people who are even at least at the PO level. See, clerical staff, I'm not really sure because the local knowledge may be required. But for bank POs and all, they are posted all across the country. And see, I don't want to undermine any job, but those glorious days of bank POs are gone now. Those 1980s, 1990s, where bank POs were respected. Probationary officer in a bank, bank manager. It's a very difficult job now. A 9 to 9 kind of a job, 24/7 job for a probationary officer, and then an officer scale 1, 2, and 3. So it is not the same charming job. That's why the only charming job that remains in the country is that of the UPSC civil servants. Okay. Snehilata, the factor is age factor. Okay. Age factor is there. So discrimination is based on age there and not on the basis of residence largely. And if there is a language based paper, then it is based on language. The whole idea is don't use these factors. Use some other factor for discrimination. Find out that factor and benefit your people. Who is stopping you? Anyway, that's it, Article 16. But then we also have a reservation in government jobs. We also have reservation in government jobs. Now you'll say, sir, but you are saying that Article 16 says no citizen will be discriminated in matters of government employment on these grounds. Then how do we have reservation in government jobs in UPSC? This article. Article 16 clause 4. The article you need to remember. Article 16 clause 4, a very important article, and the clause, this is what allows the government to provide for reservation in government jobs. Are we clear on this? This is the article which provides for reservation in government jobs. This article was not added at any point of time. This was there right from the beginning of the Constitution. So, Article 16 clause 4 says, state can make reservation in favor of backward classes. They have not defined who is a backward class. They simply say state can make reservation in favor of backward classes if they are not adequately represented in government jobs. If certain community, people of that community are not there in government jobs, in the opinion of the government, then for that community, the government can provide for reservation. Because we want equitable representation, equal or proportional representation in government jobs. If there are, say, 15 SCs in every 1,000 people, then we also want there should be 15 SCs in all government jobs as well. Proportional representation makes more sense. Okay. This was a criteria, an open-ended criteria. The state can decide if any group is not sufficiently represented, feel free to provide for reservation for that particular community. Article 16 clause 4, whether you call this reservation or you call this affirmative action. Oh, very unique word, right? Affirmative action. This affirmative action was coined by one former US president, John F. Kennedy. JFK, John F. Kennedy, Marilyn Monroe, if you would know. So, the US president. This also means one more thing, that in USA also we have a reservation, right? Or you call it special provision, or you call it quota, whatever you call it, the idea is the same. And this concept of reservation has come from Ambedkar, because Gandhi ji was against this reservation. Reservation was given to people who had been suffering for a long period of time. Gandhi ji said, no, don't give reservation. Let there be a change of heart in the minds and hearts of people. So if there is some upper caste, upper class person, for how long can he commit atrocities? One fine day, he or she will realize that he has been committing atrocities on the so-called other categories of people. And then he'll welcome them with open arms. That was a Gandhian approach, change of heart strategy. Ambedkar said we cannot rely on change of heart strategy. What kind of strategy is this? He said we want codified provisions in the constitution, statutory obligation. We can't rely on somebody's goodwill to get some government job. Anyway, so this was with respect to the reservation in the government jobs. Now, we have reservations on the basis of certain categories, SCs, STs, SCBCs, etc. Let us also understand what these categories are and how are they identified. So first up, scheduled caste, SC. So let me also tell you something. People from the scheduled caste, they cannot belong to any religion. Only Hindus, Sikh, and Buddhists. That's it. So there cannot be a Christian scheduled caste person. There cannot be a Muslim scheduled caste person. It is not possible. At least the government does not recognize it. Petitions have been filed in the court that we also want Dalit Christian. But as of now, there is no such concept of a Dalit Christian or a Muslim Christian, Jain Christian, because the idea is identifying who is a scheduled caste person. So firstly, this is under, please know the article 341. President to publish the list and the parliament makes modifications. Okay. Now, there is a list of all the scheduled caste communities arranged according to state. That list is called Constitution Scheduled Caste Order 1950. This is the list which contains the names of all the scheduled caste people. Okay. Are we clear on this? Now, apart from it, we also have to know what is the criteria to identify a scheduled caste person. Criteria. This is a reason based on which they are getting reservation. Okay. What's the reason? untouchability and denial of temple entry. These were the two criteria based on which the reservation is given to scheduled caste people. I'll explain the origin also, don't worry, but just hear me out first before getting a panic attack and all. So when anyone says reservation on economic grounds, they don't have the knowledge only. Reservation on economic grounds is meant for OBCs. It is not meant for SC or ST. So we are not giving reservation to them based on their economic situation. So how can we have this kind of criteria? So you have to also have some knowledge about why are we giving reservation. Now, the source of this information of untouchability comes from a report. Now, this is not required for the examination, just basic information. There used to be a long time back commissioner for census commissioner called John Henry Hutton. He was the census commissioner from 1929 to 1933. And he was given the task to create a caste census in the country. Okay. Caste census in the country. Right now we are focusing on scheduled castes. So let's wait. We'll come to STs also, OBCs also. Please have patience. John Henry Hutton Committee. So this committee was preparing a report. The report was finally published in 1933. The committee was formed in 31. Report published in 33. This committee's task was to arrange the names of all the people based on their caste, etc. So he found that there is a group of people who are treated as untouchables, will not be touched by the upper Varna people. So we have 4 Varna. We have the Brahmins, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra. The scheduled caste people did not come under any of these one. Okay? They are outside the one system. Hence, they were referred to as the exterior caste by the Hutton Committee. And since there was no common name, they were put under one schedule, a column, and hence the term scheduled castes. Schedule has no different meaning. Schedule means a column, like schedules of Indian Constitution. Similarly, so they were placed in one schedule, and hence the word scheduled castes, because they were castes under a certain religious group, which is called Hindus, Sikh, or Buddhists. Now, how did the Hutton Committee find out about untouchability? So it was based on historical injustice. The idea being historical injustice. Untouchability is based on what? Touch, also proximity. What is proximity? When you come close to somebody and that person is of an upper one, you are a scheduled caste person, that person gets polluted. So this is what is called historical injustice, meted out to these communities for over 2000 years. So how was this given, or what is the origin of untouchability? Why only Hindus? Because it is a product of the caste, the marriage system in the country. So marriages. Understand a simple example. Let us say there is an upper one, and then we have lower one. One means duty, caste means profession. Upper one and lower one, and we have boy of upper one, girl of lower one, boy of girl of upper one, boy of lower one, girl of lower one. So of course, marrying somebody who belongs to your same one is okay. But if a boy married a girl of the lower one, such marriages were okay. They were allowed. This kind of marriage was called anulom marriage. But the problem was, if a boy of lower one married a girl of upper one, this was against nature. Pratilom marriage. This was not acceptable. So back in the ancient times, what did we do? If you are trying to do this nonsense, we are not accepting it, we will ostracize you, outcast you, throw you out of the village, live on the outskirts, don't show your face, we will not interact with you. Slowly and steadily, kids of these Pratilom marriages, they had kids intermingled, and finally Chandals, the origin of scheduled castes, untouchables. This is how untouchability came into picture. That is why a scheduled caste person can only belong to Hindus, Sikhs, or Buddhists, because it is of Indic origin. And you can see this even today. If a Brahmin boy marries a Dalit girl, there is hardly any question raised. But all hell breaks loose if a Dalit boy marries a Brahmin girl. So this is something which happens even today. Now, these groups were treated as untouchables. They were not allowed to enter the villages. They had to, in fact, there are various ways. The scheduled caste people are called Dalits. They are the ones who are called Dalits. They are the ones who are called depressed classes. They are the ones who are called exterior castes by the Hutton Committee. Are we clear on this? Dalit, scheduled caste, same thing. Now, coming to the atrocity, for example. So, in various places, these scheduled caste people, untouchables as they were called, Dalits, they had to tie a broom around their waist and walk. Okay. When they walked, the broom would clean the street behind them, because as they were walking on the road, it was believed that they are polluting the road. They are polluting the road. Or in some cases, they had to carry a pot, a vessel around their neck, hanging on the neck, because if any spit fell on the ground, it would pollute an upper Varna person if he stepped on that spit, saliva. Ambedkar, in fact, there is a community, people from the state of Tamil Nadu would know. There is a place called Tirunelveli, originally called Tinnevalli, or as Britishers called it Tenne Valley, Tennevalley, Tenne Valley. So in Madras province, there was a district called Tenne Valley district. There used to be a community called Puradavannans. This community, Hindu, I think in 1932, I think 24th of December, it wrote an article on this, that these people were not allowed to even come out of their house in the daytime, because it was believed that if the upper Varna people even saw them, pollution, they would get polluted, they would take bath again. Are we clear? So, Puradavannans. And the article said that, in fact, Ambedkar quoted the article's verse in one public speech, and he said that the article said, these people are not allowed to come out during daytime. because their sight is enough to cause pollution to the upper one. So they have to leave their dens, their houses at dark in the night and run back home at dawn like some badger, some rodent, some rat, some mice for the entire life, generations after generations. To which Ambedkar said that no civilization can be guilty of a greater cruelty than what we are doing to this community. Or in the princely state of Travancore. So Travancore now has been discussed a lot because of Martanda Varma, a very famous king there, part of the Travancore that we saw later on, who defeated Dutch, right? So the glorious history is now being revived. But anyway, in Travancore, the princely state, there was a tax which was imposed on the people of the scheduled caste community. When it comes to the tax was called Mulakkaram. Mulakkaram referred to breast tax, meaning all the women of the scheduled caste community, they were not allowed to cover their breasts until and unless they paid some tax. And again, it's a very famous legend of Nanjali, which is popular in Kerala. People would know from Kerala that this is a very popular legend of Nanjali, where king's men came to take money, and then she chopped off her breasts and gave it to the king's men, and she passed away. Now, a lot of modern day historians, Manu S. Pillai and all, they don't believe this. They say that there is nothing called breast tax. Yes, there was an oppressive tax regime on the lower caste people, but there is not sufficient evidence to prove that it was called the breast tax. Nevertheless, a lot of historians do believe this also. We are talking about atrocities of these kinds for over 2000 years on particular communities. This is what is called historic injustice. Okay. And things are not okay even today. To tell you, Hindu upper caste families, they hold 41% wealth in the country. They are 4 times richer than the combined assets of all the scheduled caste families. Every day, this is old data, last 5 years, every day, 10 Dalit women are raped somewhere in the country. There's a crime committed against a Dalit every 10 minutes. And that is just what is on record. Way back in 2014, 2012-2014, NCAER, National Council for Applied Economic Research, it conducted a survey across the country asking people questions. So it asked 2 questions. Will you let a scheduled caste person, will you or anyone in your family allow a scheduled caste person to enter the kitchen? Will there be a prevention from that? Or will anybody in your family raise any objection for a scheduled caste person to touch your utensils? 52% of the respondents who were Brahmin said, no, we cannot allow a scheduled caste person to enter our kitchen or touch our utensils. In fact, not just this, Jains 35%, Hindus collectively 30%. In MP it was the highest, in West Bengal it was the lowest. Forget this, Sikh 23%, Sikhs also believe this. Even Muslims believe this, Christians believe this. So untouchability, it still remains. The forms have changed. The forms have modified. You can't directly practice it. Indirectly you're practicing it, right? Just a couple of years back, there was this survey conducted, Social Attitudes Research India. It asked respondents in Rajasthan, Delhi, Mumbai, simple question. Should there be a law in the country which should prevent high caste and low caste people from marrying each other? Should there be a law? 60% of the rural population in Rajasthan said yes, there should be a law to prevent upper caste, lower caste marriage. Rural Rajasthan, you may say, 27% men in Mumbai said yes, there should be a law. 40% adults in Delhi said yes, there should be a law. What are we talking about? Handful of people here. You don't represent the country, frankly. The country lives in its villages. So this practice of untouchability is still there. Still there is discrimination. The common sarcastic remarks, and we want to replace over 2000 years of injustice with what? 70 years of a handful of seats in government jobs. Handful of seats. And the other 10 lakh people shout, oh, because of SCs getting 22 seats in IS post, I am not getting a job. Sir, there are other opportunities open. And why is it the case that all the manual scavengers in this country are Dalits only? 99%, 1% are scheduled tribes. Why is it the case that overwhelmingly 70% of the Group D Safai Karmchari jobs are for Dalits only? How is it the case? Now a lot of upper caste people have come into Group D job because the salary in government is very high. The government's minimum wage is 18,000 rupees, which in some cases even a pass out engineer cannot make. So you have to come down and get the job done, take the job. So this is because of chance and situation. So this is the harsh reality of our life. We may not practice it. People are still doing it. When a Dalit sat on a mare, a female horse, Ghodi, towards his marriage, women protested. How can this person sit on a horse? It's the right of our caste to sit on a horse. Get down. They literally protested. True story. So all these things keep on happening. Definitely. So the things have not changed really for the Dalits largely. And 50-60 years of handful of seats will not change the situation. You may be in the wrong time wherein you may feel, I have not done anything. Have I done anything? Of course not. But we all have to bear the brunt of the mistakes of the past. That will always be there. And we have to now change our mentality slowly and steadily. That is why the purpose of reservation here is to take into account the social realities and undoing centuries of discrimination and prejudice suffered by the scheduled caste communities. And that is why I say that benchmark of efficiency, if it is grounded in excluding certain communities, the result will always be a pattern of governance which is skewed against the marginalized sections of this country. That is how it will always be if we do not modify or change our approach. Anyway, more on this idea as and when we proceed. And see, as far as the reservation is concerned, it's a divisive topic wherein if you are a beneficiary, you will be in support of it. If you're not a beneficiary, you will be against it. So there is no point in having an argument on this. UPSC in all likelihood will never ask a question on this. It has not, it will not. So don't waste your time. Simply know the provisions, etc., which is required for the examination. Everything else is just information. Slowly and steadily, once you see more, you hear more, you travel more, you be a part of government job, with more exposure, you will realize the harsh realities of life, right? So things will, traveling broadens your mind, opens your horizons. It will take some time to understand that life is not always fair. That's why I always say, life is never fair. Okay, so consider yourself lucky that you are in a situation to get the advantage of studies and coachings and etc. Because the true competition in this country will start when most people are able to get the benefit of basic education. They are not. So we say, oh, it's very competitive exam. No, not really, sirs and ma'ams. It is not competitive examination. Still, a large chunk of people of this country can't even dare to think about UPSC. Some don't even know. They spend their life like this only. So true competition will come, say, decades later, and then we'll have real competition. Anyway, so this is for scheduled caste people, the criteria, categories, etc. That's what is important. Coming to the, and also again, as I say, There is absolutely no debate on this. Let it be. It's okay. No problem. You need one seat, right? It's okay. And I think I said this earlier also. When people say that caste is no longer a reality, for you maybe, I'm telling you, just find a person, fall in love with somebody from some other caste, and then you'll know how progressive your parents are and other people are. Something as simple as that. Okay. And still, if you have a doubt, please open the Sunday matrimonial newspaper, and you'll find that people do want marriage inside their caste only. That is their first preference. Okay. So they may have started accepting other things, but that's a very small group of people. Largely, it is still not accepted. Okay. Second is the scheduled tribes. Let's do one thing. Let's take a break. After a break, we'll discuss about scheduled tribes. Before we go on a break, scheduled tribes are religion neutral. Okay. This means person from any religion can be a member of scheduled tribes. Clear? Okay. Break, please. Be back at 6:53. Break, please, guys. Okay, guys, let's continue. So as far as the scheduled tribes are concerned, now let's look into the scheduled tribes. This is very simple, basically. The scheduled tribes, Article 342, and same thing here. The president will publish the list, and the parliament will make modifications. What is the criteria? Here the criteria again is what? The communities which were isolated and vulnerable, and they are identified by Anthropological Survey of India. List is given to the parliament, which will modify the list. What is that list called? Just like the list here, the list is called Constitution Scheduled Tribes Order. (1950). Even though the list was finally published in 1957, but still the list is called the list of 1950. Are we clear on this? This is how you identify a scheduled tribe person. Here also there is no economic criteria. That's it. Now subcategories of STs is for your social issues classes, not for this. For polity you are getting more than required information on how to identify SCs and STs. That's it. Lastly, we also have the, see, all this criteria, isolated, vulnerable, there is no fixed meaning of it, right? It is all subjective to studies done by Anthropological Survey. So don't ask me, sir, what is the exact definition? There is no exact definition. Okay, it is all subjective to studies done by Anthropological Survey of India. Okay, now third community is the socially and educationally backward classes, also called OBC. Now here Article 342 capital A, and mind you, here the president and the center and states can have their own list. Separate lists for center states. Clear? Here, what is the criteria? There are 4 criteria. Number 1, low social position. If a group has low social position, we'll call it an SEBC or an OBC community. Number 2, lack of general educational advancement. Okay. Number 3, inadequate, insufficient representation in public employment, government jobs. And lastly, the 4th one is inadequate representation in fields of trade, fields of commerce, industry, etc. This is the 4-fold criteria based on which the government categorizes communities as OBCs. This is the criteria. That's it. So to identify the SCs, STs and OBCs, all this is done by the government based on various criteria. Clear? Now, as we have seen, the reservation is there in public employment. The state can provide for it. We did provide for reservation for SC, STs. And when it comes to the OBCs, see, these criteria are not mentioned in the constitution. These are, as I said again and again, made by the governments, right? And don't worry, so far we have not seen a single question from reservation, these criteria in UPSC. Not a single question has ever been asked. Okay. Back in 1953, there was a commission formed by the central government called the First Backward Classes Commission. First Backward Classes Commission, also called the Kalelkar Commission, because the chairman was Kaka Kalelkar. This commission was given the task to find out what is the current situation of the other backward classes and can they be given any kind of benefit or not. Okay. The Kalelkar Commission relied on the same Hutton Committee report to state that in our country more than 50% people are OBCs, more than half. We need at least some kind of proportional representation. So that commission said that 75% seats to be reserved for OBCs and all. Nobody took it seriously. Anyway, when Janata Party came to power after emergency, that was 1977, Janata Party was not a single party. It was a group of various parties which had come together. All these parties largely had an OBC vote bank. So they said we had to do something about these other backward classes also, the non-SC, ST backward people. So a commission was formed under the chairmanship of BP Mandal, a former Chief Minister of Bihar, appointed in 1979 and gave the recommendation in 1980. Now, when it comes to the recommendation, this commission said that there should be up to 27% seats reserved for SEBCs or OBCs. 27% reservation is what this commission suggested. Uh, why only 27%? Because in 1964, the Supreme Court had given a judgment, Bharat Shah case, that maximum reservation should be 50% only. So to comply with the Supreme Court's order, it fixed 27% as a recommendation for OBC reservation. 15, 22.5, 27, 49.5, under 50%. But then when this recommendation was given, the Janata Party government collapsed. Indira Gandhi came to power and she did not pay attention to this commission's report. Again, in 1989, when Rajiv Gandhi government lost the elections, VP Singh government, National Front government came to power, they implemented the Mandal Commission's recommendations. Now see, the problem with the Mandal Commission recommendations has not been largely amongst people. It was how it was projected. So, lot of the negativity surrounding reservation has been fueled in the mind of people through politician statements, both pro and against. So, even for Mandal Commission, there were a lot of leaders in northern part of the country who would make this statement: Mandal versus Kamandal. Kamandal is a small jar or jug or vessel type of a thing that the Brahmins used to carry their holy water in. So these leaders of these parties, they said, "Oh, now we are going to match the Kamandal with our Mandal, Mandal versus Kamandal." So the point that others felt was, this is some kind of benefit given for equality, or are you trying to take revenge on somebody? So that whole idea of somehow reservation becoming a vengeance is what was put in the minds of a lot of people. And for the general category also, the mentality of these people was also seen very clearly in the way they protested. So I'll give you an example. When this Mandal Commission's recommendation was implemented and reservations were made for OBCs, what happened was, a lot of people came to Delhi to protest. And when they came to protest, they came with a broom. And as a mark of protest, they started sweeping the streets. The idea was that if you give our jobs to those people, then we will have to do their jobs. Is this your mentality? That just because somebody is born in some caste or community, he has to clean the streets only? That is not justified. Or even in 2005, when the reservation for in IITs, etc., for OBCs in the education institutions was brought in 2005, the same kind of thing was seen. A lot of these parents, they brought their kids, these in Delhi, and asked them with a shoe brush, shoe polish and shoe to polish the shoe as a mark of protest. What is this protest? That if you send those kids to these colleges, then our kids will have to do their kids' job. Is this the idea that you are feeding in the mind of a kid? I mean, that's why we say the failure of secularism starts from the family itself, where we are told things on how different that person is. Don't eat from there, don't sleep or play with that person, etc. That's where we learn these differences. So, but then what can we expect from our amazing politicians, right? Since most of you are adults, though we have some under 18 also. I don't want to make such kind of statements. But still, I won't name the leader. There was a leader who made a statement in public. And look at the mentality of the leader. He said, for centuries, our women used to work in their fields and would face harassment. Now the time has come for their women to work under us. What is this? I mean, are you trying to get back on those people by humiliating their women? What is this agenda of humiliating a woman? What is the association, this obsession that I can humiliate a man because I humiliate a woman attached to the person? This kind of mentality is what has caused havoc in the country. So a lot of you, if you are told on the realities of what the SCs have faced, will never shy away from helping them with reservation. But when you hear these kind of things, then you may also get a feeling that is this some kind of revenge or what? Or is it some kind of compensation? So revenge, it is just a compensation, providing equality of opportunity. Don't make it sound like some revenge scheme. Again, that is our politicians. So when this commission's recommendation was implemented, of course, it was challenged in the Supreme Court in what we know as the Indira Sahni case of 1992. Indira Sahni case, also called the Mandal case. Chandrita, why did Indira Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi oppose Mandal Commission? Nobody opposed Mandal Commission. They were just not interested because that was not their vote bank largely. Okay. So they were not interested. Don't feel that they're opposing the Mandal Commission or supporting it. No, no, no. This matter or this Mandal Commission's recommendation, which was accepted by the government, was finally upheld by Supreme Court. Supreme Court said that yes, it is okay to have this reservation. No problem. But with certain conditions. What conditions? So Supreme Court said quota should not cross 50%. Now, just hear me out. This is the biggest misconception that we have with respect to reservation. People always say, so but Supreme Court said 50%. No. The full statement is important. Supreme Court said quota should not cross 50%. And if it crosses, Supreme Court can review it. Are we clear on this? The moment quota crosses 50%, Supreme Court can judicially review. That is why the EWS category reservation, it crossed the 50% mark. And hence Supreme Court reviewed it. Are we clear? Everybody? So this is the point here. I hope now you have understood and no queries and no stupid remarks in future also. Anywhere, don't make the remark, Supreme Court judgment. Full statement is important. Yes, Supreme Court has said limit is 50%. But if you want to cross it, we will check it. If it violates basic structure, we'll cancel it. If not, no problem. Like in the EWS case, Supreme Court found it to be a valid reason to help the economically weaker sections in getting government jobs. So they said it's okay, justified, accepted. Number 2, Supreme Court said that when it comes to scheduled caste and scheduled tribe, we know very well that their conditions have not improved despite their economic situation, because the problem that they face, the discrimination that an SC person faces, is not related to his economic situation. Okay. So even if the economic status changes, he or she may still be facing the same discrimination. But that's not the case for OBCs. OBCs, one very important element is if you become rich, your social position improves, your educational advancement comes. You can start taking part in trade, commerce, industry, right? You can break that barrier. That is why not every OBC should be given reservation. there will be some people at the top, like milk, cream floats at the top of milk. So creamy layer. These are socially advanced groups. Creamy layer. Elite people in the community, they will not be given the benefit of reservation. So Supreme Court said, government form a committee, submit a report, get a criteria. On that criteria, we will have to exclude some people from getting the benefit, but only for SEBCs, not for SC/ST. So there was a committee set up called Justice Ram Nandan Prasad Committee. Justice R.N. Prasad Committee. This committee was set up in 1993 and it gave its report in a couple of months only. It gave the criteria provided. You don't need to mug up the criteria. This is a criteria. Children of the following different categories of people belonging to creamy layer among OBCs they belong to creamy layer and they will not get the benefit of quota. So if you are a person holding president's son, president's daughter, VP's son and daughter, of course, judges, their kids, Group A, Group B officers, their kids, persons in the rank of same equivalent rank in the armed forces, their kids. Here, professions like doctors, lawyers, engineers, it's also mentioned. Proud moment for some engineers here. They'll feel so happy that they are being considered socially advanced. Artists, authors, consultants, then people holding land, people engaged in trade business, and eventually persons having gross annual income of more than 8 lakhs. This is the current limit, currently 8 lakhs. When we started our journey in 1993, that is, for the first time, this limit was not 8 lakh rupees. It was a mere 1 lakh rupee. That's where we have started our journey from, 1 lakh rupee. And then, so from 1 lakh in 1993, then he moved on to 2.5 lakhs in 2004, then he moved on to 4.5 lakhs in 2008, then we moved on to 6 lakhs, right, in 2013, and then last to 8 lakhs since 2017. This limit is subject to what? Revision every 5 years. So the time has come that people are pressurizing the government to revise it to 12 lakhs. Some people are saying make it 15 lakhs. Make it 10 crores only. What is this 15 lakhs? 15 lakhs. Economically weaker. India. This is not UK or Switzerland. Somebody earning 15 lakh rupees or 12 lakh rupees, are we kidding? Come on. He is a rich person. We have to also have some kind of basic understanding of the poverty level in the country. Even 8 lakhs is a very huge amount. That is why a lot of people who are truly deserving can never get the benefit. You can never compete with somebody who's earning 8 lakh rupees and you're a daily wage earner. Right? So that's there. So that's with respect to the creamy layer. Number 3, Supreme Court also said identification of backward communities or classes is subject to judicial review. So whenever you give reservation to any community, say you give reservation to Marathas, we'll check, are they really backward? Is their social position really low? Are they genuinely lacking any general education advancement? We have to check for it. So why? Because you have to ensure that this is not used for vote bank politics. Just for vote bank giving reservation, that should not be the criteria. So Supreme Court has kept a check on it. Apart from it, Supreme Court also said a very interesting thing. There is an Article 335 in the Indian Constitution. See, Article 16 Clause 4 talks about reservation. Yes or no? Reservation in public employment. But Article 335 says something slightly different. Let's read the article first. Don't read this part. Don't read this part. Read the first paragraph only. It's very simple to understand. The article says that the claims of members of SCs and the ST communities will be taken into consideration. See, for government jobs, yes, we understand. Yes, we understand that the SCs, STs, they need to be in the government jobs, proportionally represented, right? However, we also have to ensure that the efficiency of administration in the country is not compromised. In short, can't hire anyone. We just cannot simply hire somebody because he's an SC person. No, there has to be some kind of criteria. There has to be some kind of criteria based on which we will provide for selection. So otherwise, if we hire any random person, then it will defeat the purpose of administration also. So we have to also ensure that administration is proper in the country. So the claims of members of SCs and STs shall be taken into consideration, of course, consistently with the maintenance of what? Efficiency of administration. That cannot be compromised with. That is why Supreme Court said, see, reservation is good, but you have to also read this provision along with Article 335, meaning what? Maintaining efficiency, finding the balance. Finding the balance is very important. But then Parliament said, wait, sir. What balance? Parliament went ahead, modified the Article 335. Parliament in the year 2000 added a proviso here, added via the 82nd Amendment Act 2000. Read the statement, please. The provision. What is added now? Parliament says, provided that nothing in this article shall prevent us from making any provision in favor of SC/STs. Like what provision? Relaxation in the qualifying marks, lowering the standards of evaluation. No problem. We will do it. If you have to reduce the cutoff marks, do it. If you have to lower the standards of evaluation, we'll do it. But we have to provide for reservation or promotion to any class of services, only for SC/STs. Are you clear on this provision? So this is how, see, Supreme Court gives a judgment and Parliament modifies the judgment by amending the Constitution. And lastly, quotas should be confined only to initial recruitment. So how many of you feel that there should be no reservation in promotion? Once you have obtained reservation and have entered the, say, any job, now there should not be any reservation in promotion. How many of you feel there should be no reservation in promotion? Say yes, others say no. I think we need to get a poll on this. A for yes, if you are against reservation in promotion, type A. If you are in favor of reservation in promotion, type B. Okay, a lot of you have said that there should not be any reservation in promotion. See, just to address a point before we move forwards, I just was reading your comment. Somebody said some merit thing. I would like to quote what Supreme Court said. A meritorious candidate is not merely somebody who is talented or is successful, but also one whose appointment fulfills the constitutional goals of uplifting the members of SC/ST community. And merit is a very fickle word. It's a very vague kind of word, merit. And so right now, our merit is based on the marks that we get. In 10th, the toppers were called meritorious. But your success in your school days has no relationship to your success in your career overall. We have seen that happening a lot. So anyway, merit is a very vague kind of word and is best left unused, at least by intellectual people like you. But anyway, Supreme Court said quota should be confined only to initial recruitment. So what is the purpose of this reservation? Think of this. There are say two candidates. One candidate belongs to the open category, other one reserved category. So let us say this is A, he is a general category student, unreserved, and B is a scheduled caste or a scheduled type person. What we are saying is at the entry level, we will give reservation. Why? Because we want what? What are we trying to achieve here? Equality of, tell me, opportunity. The starting line has to be the same. Okay. Now, let us take the easiest example here of police service. You become an SP. Then next stage is SSP. Now some states don't have SSP, so don't say, sir, in my state no SSP is there. It's okay. DIG, IG, additional DG, special DG, and finally DG. You can Google for the full forms here. SP is the Superintendent of Police, SSP is a Senior, DIG is a Deputy Inspector General, Additional Director General, etc. Police ranks at the IPS level. Now, if we ensure that this person B keeps on getting reservation at every level, we are forcing him to reach the top. If we force everybody to reach at the top, that becomes equality of outcome. So reservation in promotion, Supreme Court said, promotes equality of outcome. That we can't achieve. Sorry, that's something we can't achieve. Equality of outcome is based on hundreds of things. Your performance, your interest, etc. What age you entered the job. So we cannot ensure that the outcome will be same for everyone. We can just provide you equality of opportunity. But the parliament went ahead, modified the constitution and added 16 clause 4A. This is the reservation in promotion. So two clauses you must remember. Article 16 clause 4 is reservation. 16 clause 4A is reservation in promotion. And now, but only for SC/STs. That's it. Only for SC/STs we have reservation in promotion. Okay. So this is what is the current situation. But this thing was challenged in the Supreme Court, that how can we have a blanket reservation in promotion? So Supreme Court said, okay, let's do one thing. Uh, the state may provide for reservation in promotion, it's okay, but you have to follow some conditions. You have to follow conditions. What condition? Number one, current backwardness of SC/ST. If you are giving reservation in promotion to any scheduled caste person, ask him or her to prove how he or she is still facing discrimination. Absolutely absurd. How can a senior official prove this when the forms of discrimination are so subtle? How can this be proved? It can't be proved. I mean, again, I'll make the same statement that I made earlier also, that women make all this claim that when they go out on the road, people stare at them, making them uncomfortable. The same thing. As a man, for us, it is almost impossible to empathize. We can try to understand it. But what a woman undergoes walking on a street, only she can understand that. Similarly, what the SC person undergoes on a daily basis in his office environment, only he can understand it, right? When people are sharing tiffin from each other, but selectively not choosing to eat from the SC person's tiffin. Is he a fool? He has faced this right from childhood. He understands all of it. All the nonsense you're doing, he understands it. He has seen that in the school, in the government school, when his scholarship used to come. And when the teacher used to call out names, oh, come on, free money has come, and would pass comments, other kids knew. He has seen all this happening. It's nothing new to him. So only he is in the right situation to understand those very subtle nuances of discrimination. This can't be proved normally. Second thing, cadre-wise representation of SC/STs in government departments. This seems to be logical actually. That in which department, how many SCs of that category are there at higher posts? Find that out and then give reservation accordingly. And thirdly, what is the effect on administrative efficiency? Again, a random kind of criteria. How do you measure the performance of an IAS officer? To tell you frankly, in the appraisal report, 98% IAS officers get an outstanding performance. Do you agree with this? I ask you only. Do you agree that 98% IAS officers are performing in an outstanding fashion in the country? If that was the case, of course, the country would be at greater heights only. So how do you assess the performance? There is no metric as such. The metrics are so vague, so easily manipulated that it's difficult to find that exact performance. It's not some written examination. So that is why, what is this administrative efficiency and all? Anyway, this matter had gone to court. Again, it was challenged. And finally, in the Jarnail Singh judgment 2018, better sense prevailed in Supreme Court. And Supreme Court removed this criteria. There is no need to prove backwardness. Removed in Jarnail Singh judgment. But Supreme Court said that now we have to create a creamy layer exclusion principle. Now what is that? Hear me out, please. Let us say there are two people who are SPs, Superintendent of Police. In bigger cities where you have commissionerates, they are called DCPs. DCP is like an SP only. ACP is like a DSP only. Okay. So in movies they show DCP, ACP and all. SP. This SP belongs to a Topo community. Topo is a scheduled tribe community. This SP belongs to one more community called Oraon. Oraons are also scheduled tribe communities. Two different tribal groups are there. Now, we have a promotional avenue to become an SSP. Both these people are eligible there. To whom should we give reservation? We will find out amongst SSPs how many topos are there and how many Oraons are there. If there are 8 Oraons and 24 topos, we will give reservation to Oraon. Basically, what we're doing is we are trying to ensure that within the SC community, within the ST community, every group gets some representation or equal representation within the group only. Are we clear on this creamy layer exclusion principle? Okay, everyone, that's it. Now, you may also say, sir, what is this reservation in promotion? To which I'll give you, see, I have explained this in the simplest of examples. There are other things involved. For example, the population of topo is involved, population of Oraon is involved. So I am giving a very simplistic example, right? So take it in that spirit only, the ease of understanding of the example. Now, for all those who said that, sir, no reservation in promotion is needed, I'll give you 2019 data. 2019. 82 Government of India secretaries. How many belong to SC, ST? 4 SC or ST. Imagine all these IAS officers, when they had entered the system, out of every 100 IAS officers, 22 or 23 are SC, ST. But while they reached the top, only 4 remained. How is it possible? Second, out of 457 secretaries, additional secretaries, and joint secretaries, top 3 posts, out of 457, 12% were SCs or OBCs. 12%. 27 plus 15, 42% to be there, only 12%. This means they are not being given promotions. There is some kind of systemic denial of promotion which is happening. That is why it may be required. And to tell you frankly, this is a public platform. You have to impress other people, impress me also, that what if the faculty comes to know I believe in this thought process and all, or others come to know. You may not speak truly and frankly, but the amount of venom people have against certain communities, even in these elite posts, it can shock you. That how can an educated person who knows the social stratification, who knows the poverty, who understands all, who has cleared an ethics examination, can still hold such a view against some communities? So this is there. Anyway, that's all. We are done with the entire reservation concept. Lastly, to summarize and end our discussion, reservation is not a fundamental right. Reservation is an exception. It's a positive discrimination. It's an exception to non-discrimination. It's an enabling provision, but reservation is not a fundamental right. You can say reservation is not just a financial empowerment, it's a social empowerment, but it is not a fundamental right. You can't go to court and claim it. Are you clear? It is all dependent on the government. Both, that is 16 clause 4 or 16 clause 4A in promotion, nothing is your fundamental right. Okay, it is not your fundamental right. So you can't claim it. You have to wait for the government. And whenever the government wants to make any reservation, you have to collect quantifiable data, showcase the data that this group is not adequately represented. Give us the proof showing the inadequacy of representation. Only then will the reservation policy hold, otherwise it will be cancelled. Lastly, we know this point that with the Third Amendment Act, 10% for EWS was added for the government jobs also, and in the Jan Hit Abhiyan case, Supreme Court has held this also to be valid. That is all as far as the reservation is concerned. We are done with our discussion on reservation. Now, just to end our point here, there can, of course, be a very important and pertinent question, especially for a scheduled caste community or scheduled tribe community, because for them there's no economic criteria. So let us say I belong to an affluent family of scheduled caste people. My parents were senior government employees. I have performed very well. I have always had proper education. I have hardly faced discrimination of that kind, because if you're living in a big city and all, people may sometimes not know your caste also. That's also possible. Maybe if I have never experienced that, and let's say I get the benefit of reservation and I become an IAS officer, rank 1, rank 2, rank 5, rank 10, whatever. It is not some obligation on me, but it is also my duty to ensure that reservation, the benefits of it, are also utilized by people of my community. I should not hoard on to all the reservation, because I am the aware one in my community and one who is forward in my community. So I should not just monopolize all the benefits for my family only. So as an informed citizen of the country and as somebody who represents a scheduled caste community, it is also my duty and my obligation towards my community that more and more people benefit from the reservation that the government provides. Is this happening? I will leave you to answer it, but this is how it should happen. Okay? That's there with respect to Kamalpal. But Article 16 is a fundamental right. How come its clause is? Sir, and somebody else was asked this. In our entire constitution fundamental rights, you will find exceptions mentioned here only. Where else will you mention the exceptions? If I have to mention an exception, where will I mention the exception? In some other article, in the same article, right? So in the same place, we give the right also and we impose restrictions also. Are we clear? We want to create a new constitution to place a restriction. So in same place only. That is why. And as far as Mukesh Kumar judgment is concerned, just understand there is nothing. I mean, what is it to explain here? It's just 2 lines. Line number 1. Now, there is no need to know that this judgment was against the state of Uttarakhand. Not required. In this judgment, Supreme Court clarified that reservation is not a fundamental right. Simple. Number 2, if you want to provide reservation in jobs or in promotion, you have to collect data to showcase that one group is not adequately represented in government jobs. Article 16 clause 4 has to be proved. What is 16 clause 4? It says that state can make reservations if they are not adequately represented. Please prove it with data. Okay. Manjuga, read this, yaar. Read this. Article 16 clause 6 is meant for EWS category. Reservation for EWS. Just like 15 clause 6 is there for education, 16 clause 6 is for government jobs. Reservation question will not come in the examination. Trust me, it's a very divisive topic. It will never come in the examination. It has not, it will not. Whatever happens. They may ask your stand in, say, the interview. Be very cautious. Don't reveal the negativity you have against anyone, because we want neutral people to be a part of the civil services. So remember your ethics classes, what you have been taught, and act accordingly. After all, it all boils down to how effectively you can fake your image in front of the interview board, right? That's the reality. Now coming to Article 17, it's like an extension of abolition of untouchability. Kishan, I mean personal test. What is personal test? Anyway, Article 16, abolition of untouchability. So this article says untouchability is abolished. It's gone. And the practice in any form is forbidden. So again, this is not a fundamental right. Don't say this is some right. This is not a right. It is again a limitation on people. Understand it. This is a limitation on people. So sometimes people say, sir, Article 17 is absolute. Fundamental rights are absolute. No, sir, no, ma'am, they are not. Because Article 17 is not giving you some right. It is actually placing a limitation that nobody dare to practice untouchability in any form. Enforcing any kind of disability on somebody from doing something arising out of untouchability shall be an offense. It will be considered to be an offense and will be punishable in accordance with a law. So law will be made and you will be punished. So Constitution has not made any law. It has said a law will be made and you will be punished. So this article in itself is incomplete. Why? Because till the time you don't make a law, how will you punish somebody? Imagine today your parents say that or the government says do not kill anyone or else you'll be punished. What is the punishment? Where is the law? You have to do all these things, right? Same thing. So untouchability has to be punished with a law. So this article is not executable on its own. On its own, it makes no sense. We call such articles as non-self-executory. Why non-self-executory? Because these articles in itself will have no meaning. We have to make a special law and punish people. So do we have a law? Yes, we have a law. But before that, let me clarify. What is untouchability? There is no definition in the Constitution, which is actually a big problem. Not mentioned in the Constitution, because I'll come to this same idea when I discuss Article 26, hopefully tomorrow or maybe on Monday. The sad part is because of lack of definition, Supreme Court misused it. But anyway, a generic definition is that a practice largely amongst Hindus which looks down upon members of certain classes solely on the account of their birth. What is this? Corona. What is this corona? Corona, that is not based on your birth, right? That is based on some kind of disease. So corona is not untouchability. Tomorrow you say, I have gone and proposed to somebody and I am telling him or her, please give me a hug. He or she is not hugging me. Untouchability. Come on, be serious. So all fun and frolics aside, this article is a very serious one. So again, as we said, of course, in a lighter vein, but people who have faced it, the level of atrocities they have faced, they won't find this funny at all. Anyway, moving on, as I said, to this untouchability thing. See, I'm not justifying that, oh, India is not very bad here. Yes, what we have practiced is very bad. But there are some other countries also where you will find a similar kind of behavior. So we are not the only country guilty of it. No, because the problem with our left-wing people is that they constantly try to show India in poor light. Every time. They'll always take out these small issues and say, oh, and make it large. Oh, see this issue. This is your culture. This is your past. So we have to also understand that other countries have been guilty of such kind of crimes. Even till date. You go to Japan, Burakumins in Japan. Or even in France, Western France, Northern Spain area, we have cagots. Cagots used to be the toddy makers, local desi liquor. France, Spain, or even in Tibet region, Ragyappas. Ragyappas also face discrimination. In Korea, bike jeongs. Now these bike jeongs have had a drastic change in their way of life. They are big meat exporters now. You can see proudly they say bike jeong meat exporters. And all, if you go to South Korea ever, don't go to North Korea. But anyway. So this is there. As I said, it is no justification that we have to forgive all this. No, no, no. These acts cannot be forgiven. But yes, just a reminder that it is not just us, but other countries which are also guilty of these kind of practices, abhorrent practices. Yes, all we can now be is apologetic and not repeat the same thing in our life. That's it. Shias in Islamic countries, that is not untouchability. That is based on different beliefs. Are you not understanding the concept of untouchability? I gave so many examples. You will not touch the person, won't allow entry in the house. This is the level we are talking about. Don't dilute it. Take this seriously. Don't dilute it. It's a very, very serious discrimination, right? So that is a level of untouchability we are talking about. Anyway, now, as I said, a law needs to be made. Article 17 to punish, a law was made. Very popular, called PCRA. Protection of Civil Rights Act. PCRA. Because I teach an IS batch, so always I remember the PCA only, Prevention of Corruption Act. But anyway, this is Protection of Civil Rights Act. This law was originally called Untouchability Offences Act. It was later on renamed. Renamed in 1976. PCRA. Have we seen this happening in have we seen this law mentioned somewhere else also? Can you remember? Can you remember? Have we seen this law somewhere else? No? Oh, Avani, very good here. Vaishna, amazing. Pranay, Kivika, yes, section 8, subsection 1 of RPA 1951. Somebody says recently in newspaper. Wow, amazing, sir. Amazing response. Hats off. So this was one disqualification. The moment you are held guilty under PCRA, you are automatically disqualified from contesting elections for how many years? Please write the answer quickly. Don't waste time. Time is precious. Please. Okay, 6 years plus any jail term that is there. Great. So this is PCRA. What are the offenses under this act? If you enforce any religious disability, meaning what? Preventing entry into temple. If you enforce any social disability, meaning what? If you say you are an SC person, you can't open a shop like this. If you refuse to admit person in hospitals, if you refuse to sell them goods and services, if you incite or encourage the practice of untouchability, trying to preach untouchability, justify it, philosophical ground, historical grounds, religious grounds, whatever. So I think a lot of movies are made especially in the Tamil and Malayalam cinema on untouchability. I think one very interesting movie was Mandela. Again, people from Tamil Nadu would have seen this movie, Mandela. Yogi Babu was the actor. Or no Tamilians here. How is it possible? Okay, some of you are saying yes. and a very interesting movie starring this actor Kadir. Pariyarum Perumal, if I don't know the exact pronunciation of it, but that was also a movie based on this only. The concept of how SC person falls in love with a upper caste girl. So that's it. Now, once this has been done, then Marathi film called Fandry. So Fandry is also a very interesting Marathi film which is based on this concept only. So I would request you, if you have time, do watch this movie. The last half an hour of this movie is beautifully shot, showcasing what exactly goes on in the mind of a kid who belongs to this community, right? So anyway, moving on now, enough of movie discussion. PCRA provides for punishment up to 6 months of jail or fine of 500 rupees, big amount of 500 rupees. Okay. And if you are a repeat offender, meaning you commit this crime again and again, repeat offender, this would be rupees 2000 or up to 2 years of jail. Disqualification from contesting elections. For those innocent people who don't remember it, Section 8, subsection 1 of RPA 1951. Very interesting. Normally, what is the system in our country when it comes to guilt, accused? You are innocent till proven guilty. Yes or no? Innocent till proven guilty. Rich can never be proved to be guilty. Poor always become guilty. But anyway, that's a separate discussion. In case of PCRA, if a case is filed against you, you have to prove you are not guilty. The court will operate on the presumption that you are guilty. Are we clear? It is the other way around. Not innocent. Sir, ma'am, you are guilty. Prove your innocence. That's how strict the law is. The burden of the proof lies on the accused, not on the prosecutor. It's your personal problem. Then the offense is cognizable. What is a cognizable offense? It means arrest without the need of any kind of warrant. Police can come and arrest you also. Cognizable. And it is non-compoundable. So what is a compoundable offense? We had seen this word in Lok Adalats. Compoundable offense means an offense which is a petty offense, where out of court settlement is possible. But non-compoundable is a serious offense where no out of court settlement allowed. Okay, that's there. So that was PCRA. So apart from this, there is also one law which prevents or protects rather the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe people. This law is called SCST, Prevention of Atrocities Act. Prevention of atrocities. So what is the purpose of this law? The purpose of this law is to prevent any kind of atrocity that will be committed against the SCSTs. There is a separate code for that, and we also provide for relief and rehabilitation for the victims. Atrocities is actually defined It's not some random thing. In section 3, not important for the exam, in section 3 of the law, atrocities are defined. 30 different kinds of things are called atrocities. For example, if you assault an SC/ST person, atrocity. If you dump anything obnoxious in an SC/ST person's house, that's called atrocity. If you force an SC/ST person to eat anything obnoxious, atrocity. If you publicly humiliate an SC/ST person, that's called atrocity. If you occupy SC/ST land, that's called atrocity. And the punishment? Minimum punishment is 1 year. Minimum. You can also get life imprisonment or death sentence. How? If you give false evidence against a scheduled caste person, which results in the person getting a death sentence, you will also be given death sentence. If you give a false witness evidence against SC/ST person, which results in them getting a life imprisonment, you will also get a life imprisonment. Are you clear? And any public servant, non-SC/ST of course, non-SC/ST, any non-SC/ST public servant, if they do not perform their duties towards the SC/ST, they'll get a punishment of 6 months to 1 year. Anywhere between 6 months to 1 year, punishment can be given. Are we clear on this? So this is with respect to the SC/ST Prevention of Atrocities Act. There's a case filed in 2018 because of the claim that this law was largely misused. There is no data to support it, but of course, you make a law, give right to people, there will be some people who will take the advantage and misuse it. Yes, or we can see the reality of dowry cases also, right? So a lot of men also face a problem. But the point is, what is the percentage of those people who are misusing it? If say 5% are misusing it, then we can't really say that it's a large misuse. If 30% are doing it, then there's a problem. So, but Supreme Court in this Dr. Subhash Mahajan case said that from now onwards, you will not directly arrest somebody, you will not directly register an FIR, you firstly go and conduct inquiry. Then arrest somebody. Without inquiry, don't arrest. Number 2, as I said, it is mandatory to conduct an inquiry based on complaint. Don't just rush and arrest random people. No. And without taking the written permission of a gazetted officer, DSP or SP, you cannot arrest any person. Are we clear on this? So these are the changes that the Supreme Court made in 2018. But when these changes were made, lot of protests. Result? Protests. That you are diluting a law, you are making it easy for people to escape the clutches of law by bribing the policemen, etc. Government or the parliament modified the law, added section 18A and said original provisions restored, meaning direct arrest, no inquiry required, has been restored. In October 2019, once this change was made, the 3-judge bench actually said that yes, Supreme Court was earlier wrong, government is right, and we have now gone back to the same old provision of what? We have gone back to the same old provision of direct arrest, no inquiry required. So, direct jail is not there, direct arrest is there. You will be taken to court, don't worry. Court will decide. It is not some jail punishment, court will decide. To tell you frankly, I'll tell you two interesting anecdotes which I normally tell. These are both of them are true stories. True stories. Case one was that there was this government office where one new department head had come. Some IS officer had recently been posted as the head of the department. And so normally what happens is in any department, there's a regular reshuffling of portfolio work. Every 6 months, the clerks are given different work. Prevents corruption also, also makes them more skilled in different tasks. Uh, so when this new officer came, he allocated a task to a person which required him to travel out of the city also sometimes, in fact 2 or 3 times a week. This person now belonged to an SC community. The boss had no idea. He simply reshuffled everything. He went to boss saying, so sir, I cannot travel outside, sorry, I have my family here. The boss said, but somebody else is doing this task now. He also had a family. What is this nonsense? Come on, go and perform a task. He became so angry, this fellow, he wrote a complaint to the National Commission for Scheduled Castes that because I'm an SC person, I am being selectively targeted. Inquiry committee was formed against the IS officer. Of course, it could not be proved because the IS was not at fault. But imagine in his career now, there is always a statement. Inquiry committee had been formed once by the NCSC, the results of which were not conclusive. Wherever he goes, he'll always carry the blot that, oh, maybe he is a biased person. That's a reality. Other example. So this is somebody who was a government servant, who is a government servant right now, a very senior post, some officer in through UPSC only. So he was telling the story to a couple of people out of pride. So the discussion was going on how things have changed, how there has been a rise of certain communities, etc. So he said, so I'll quote him only what he said. He said that when I was a small kid, I used to go back to my village, and in my village we had a very big house. That's what he says, that he had a big house, and in the summer vacations he had gone back to his village. One fine morning when he woke up, in his front yard, the grandfather of this person, he was brushing his teeth. 2 or 3 people came to him looking like some laborers. One of them was crying, and he was crying because the previous night this person's uncle had tried to harass this person's daughter. I am using the word harass. He used different words, which was rape only, actually. So anyway, and he had come seeking permission to file a complaint. Permission as if he is some kind of god. And this old man, what he says is, don't cry, take that 50 kg bag of rice, go. That was his justice. And this government employee, he was proudly narrating it, that those were our days of glory. Is this glory? I mean, you should be ashamed and you should never tell this to anyone. So this is also one side of the things. So we have both the sides. People who still have not gotten out of their mentality, and people who have gotten information and are misusing it. That is how life is. Okay, anyway, that's all as far as this Article 17 is concerned. Solve a question quickly, don't waste time. I would expect you to have at least 90% correct answers here. So please, 30 seconds of time only, nothing more, nothing less. How have you marked A as the answer? There are 6 types of fundamental rights. Right to equality is 14 to 18. Yes or no? Untouchability is Article 17. Yes or no? Comes under which category? Right to equality. Right against exploitation means something else. We have not even studied that. How can you take untouchability Article 17 out and place it somewhere else? It is right to equality. It's a part of right to equality. Are we clear? Please don't make this kind of mistake. Last article is abolition of titles. All titles are abolished in this country. We do not like giving titles. No title, of course, except a military one or an academic one. Except these two distinctions, the state will not give you any kind of title. Sorry. The state will not give you any kind of title except a military or an academic one. Are we clear? No title for anyone. So a very simple question would be, if in these, if in general, Byju's starts giving a title, Byju's gives a title called Queen of Byju's, King of Byju's. Is it allowed or does it violate Article 18? So does it violate Article 18? Yes or no? For all those who are saying yes, state will not give a title. State. Byju's is not a part of state. Are we clear on this? Okay, everybody? All okay now? State will not give a title. Number two, no citizen of India shall accept any title from a foreign state. So Indian citizens, you cannot accept any title from any foreign state. Not allowed. Number three, even those people who are foreigners, when they come to India and they are holding any office of profit, they will not accept any title from any foreign country without the consent of president. Are you clear on this? If any person who is not a citizen of India comes to India and is holding some office of profit or a trust, okay, under the government, while you are holding that profit, then you will not be given any kind of title by any foreign country. You cannot take it without the permission of the president, the central government. Title can mean, for example, sir, knighthood. Are you aware that UK gives you a title called sir? Are you aware that this is all something you have no idea? So in 1988, Sunil Gavaskar, one of the greatest cricketers, he was being given knighthood, sir title by UK. He could not accept it because Indian citizens are not allowed to accept titles from foreign countries. Are we clear on this? If not, then God help you. So basically, Britishers used to give all our Indians lot of titles like uh, Company Bahadur, Rai Bahadur. This created a distinction between people. That is why equality, everybody is equal. And number four, any person holding any office of profit under the state shall not accept any present, any emolument, or any office from any foreign country without the president's consent. Are we clear? So if you are an IFS officer posted in, say, South Sudan or Somalia, I'm not hoping for it, it may happen. If you are posted there and you are given some gifts there, please, the gift is meant for the post, for the government. Don't carry the gift home. Without the president's consent, you can't keep all those things. Are we clear on this? So this is Article 18, equality, no titles to be given to any person. Then there is also this concept called National Civil Awards, right? We have these 4 categories. The Padma Shri, based on what? Distinguished service. Padma Bhushan, distinguished service of a high order. What is this criteria is so vague. What is this criteria? These awards are given by Government of India, not mentioned in the constitution. Look at this. Padma Bhushan, exceptional and distinguished service. And you will get a Bharat Ratna if you have performed exceptional service or performance of the highest order. We don't know what it means. Central government decides on its own. These awards are not titles. Supreme Court has said very clearly, these will not be considered to be titles. Are we clear on this? There has been a lot of controversy on this. When Janata Party came to power, they suspended these awards. They said, what is this award? Bharat Ratna. What are others? Stupid people. Why only few people are called Padma Bhushan, Bharat Ratna? Who are we? Bharatiya Koal. We are all Ratna of the country. So they suspended it. Indira Gandhi came back to power. She said, no, no, no. My father started his titles. Again, revive it. In 1992, this matter went to the court. Again suspended for 3 years. So this was suspended twice. But now we have these titles, and these are not titles, they are awards, they are honors. And I think it's right also. Every country has a right to honor its citizens who contribute to the country. So there's nothing wrong in this. It's okay. Don't get angry. And Bharat Ratna, there is a general rule from the government side that they give this maximum 3 per year. Though there has been an exception. In 1999, 4 people got this award. Jayaprakash Narayan, Amartya Sen, Gopinath Bordolai, after whom we have the airport in Assam, and Ravi Shankar. Not Sri Sri 108 Ravi Shankar, Art of Living, sitar player Ravi Shankar. So these are the people who got it in that year, but otherwise, that's it. One very important criteria, please understand. When it comes to these awards, the National Civil Awards, there is just one small problem, and you'll understand the problem. In 1955, Nehru got this Bharat Ratna. Nehru got the Bharat Ratna. In 1955, tell me, who was the Prime Minister of the country? Please, I want to know from everyone here. In 1955, who was the Prime Minister of India? Pandit Nehru. He actually gave the award to himself, is what we can say. Yes or no? He gave the award to himself only. And in the media, newspapers, it was like, the cabinet has forced Pandit Nehru that, sir, please accept it, sir, please. Anyway, Nehru was a leader of great repute, and also I don't see any harm there. But in 1971, who was the Prime Minister? Indira Gandhi. And she got the Bharat Ratna. She said, if my father can give it to himself, why not me? And she also gave to herself the Bharat Ratna. And you'll be surprised that people like Patel, people like Ambedkar, these people got the award in 1990s. 1990s, right? This is the situation. So, I mean, this is why we say that you have to define the criteria, otherwise it will be prone to misuse. And secondly, we also have to stop giving this award to people who have passed away. Now imagine if today you give this award to Mahatma Gandhi, makes no sense. Give this award to Bhagat Singh, makes no sense. These are people who are way bigger than these awards. What are you talking about? Conferring these awards on past personalities also, is a perversion of hierarchy. Now in 2014, uh, Sachin got the award, Bharat Ratna. Now, if you are giving an award to anybody after Sachin, are you not at least logically placing their contribution to the nation's building after Sachin Tendulkar? So we have to also stop conferring these awards posthumously or to past personalities in general. Avoid conferring awards to past personalities. Anyway, that is all as far as our discussion is concerned. We'll end our discussion with a question that was asked in 2021. So mark the answer. Last question for the day. I'll give you a minute of time. Please don't make a mess of this. Mark the correct answer. Surprise me with 90% plus correct answers. Which of the statements are not correct? Firstly, not correct. Bharat Ratna and Padma awards are titles. Are they titles? Of course not. Padma awards, which were instituted in the year 1954, were suspended only once. Only once or twice? Twice. Not correct. The number of Bharat Ratna awards is restricted to how many? 5 or 3? All 3 are wrong. D, 1, 2 and 3. No surprises here. I wanted you to surprise me. And why am I not surprised? Why? Of course. So that is all as far as the discussion is concerned for the day. And if people are saying I did not see not correct and all the statements are wrong, how did you mark a correct answer? That's also there. Okay, so that brings us to an end of our discussion here. That's all for me, guys. Tomorrow we'll take up a discussion, a very small topic called constitutional bodies. Okay, that's it for me for today. Jai Hind. 2 more questions were given. I forgot that we have 2 more questions. Show the leaderboard, though it now makes no sense. But we still have a topper, Vaishna. Then we have Abhishek, then Shobit, Abhijit, Neil, Jitu. But I think I have taken some polls. So people who have taken the class earlier, they would have some advantage of knowing the answer in the poll. So ignore. Okay. Oh, today I lied. I said, okay, we can say I lied or all. Satya sir, please read question once before marking. Read question once. Sir, the question is meant for you to read. I have read many times in many batches. It is meant for you. Sai Dinesh, that is allowed. No problem. Eat the chocolate. Shruti, I correct all questions. That's not possible. In the first top 5 list, you are not there. Don't lie. Shalu, 35 times you have typed this question. Please tell, is only accused have to prove? Arey, of course, that is a meaning. Burden of proof lies on the accused. Khushi, sir, government will follow Article 365. What is 365? 365 is meant for giving binding orders. Do you mean 368? They'll follow 368. Amendment. Aarti, you first mug up the PDFs. SC/ST Prevention Act punishment basically refers to two kinds of punishments. For people in general, right? You will be punished with at least 1 year of jail if you commit any atrocity. Depending on atrocity, punishment can be more, up to 6 years also. Sorry, 5 years also. Or if you are giving or acting as or providing any false evidence against an SC/ST, which has resulted in the court believing in you and giving them death sentence or life imprisonment, you will also be getting the same thing. Okay, that's there. Accused will give some kind of documentary evidence, proof. You have to counter it. Khushi, basic structure can never be violated. Why this question? Devansh, SEBC, the criteria is mentioned there, right? So the criteria is there, the fourfold criteria that also includes an economic angle. Kamalpal, reservation is not more than 50%, but still, if it crosses 50%, then the Supreme Court can review it, and if Supreme Court finds it to be correct, proper, then that can be declared to be constitutionally valid. Are we clear? Revision how many times? Revising once and saying cannot score. Revise 10-15 times. Revising once and thinking I know everything, that is not going to help. Revise multiple times, as many times as possible. Neil. Revisions to student who is attending 2 batches, sir. If you attend 2 or 3 batches, how will you cope up with the study, sir? But even then, try to revise both the batches. Don't study anything else. Just revise these things first. That should be your priority. Okay? So you can skip on any new GS subject, revise these topics. That's it, on a daily basis, not over the weekend. Don't leave it for the weekend. On the very same day, revise. And that is how you go about things. But it is going to be very difficult. Sir, productivity different account to environment in which you study. Now, of course, I understand very well, because the questions you ask are something I already said in the class. But still I address all your concerns. Why you are attending this class, I don't understand. Why do I see people who have already attended some class attending the same class again? It makes no sense. Absolutely. So rather than repeating the class, revise on the topics. That is going to always be my advice, whether you like it or not, whether you feel, oh, why should I not attend the class? I have given money. Sir, ma'am, you have given money for getting into UPSC, not to extract some kind of benefit from here, in the sense that maximum utilization. So the focus should be on reading, revising on your own once you have been taught the topic, writing more answers, practicing more questions, not to waste time in taking multiple classes. Once you have been taught polity, it's done. That's it. Once somebody has taught history, it's done. He will not teach you anything new next time. It will be a waste of time only. So you have to understand that your time is very precious. So in 3.5 hours, you learn, say, 10 minutes of new information, which you can forego also, which you are already following current affairs and all. UPSC 2026. Chill. Right now, read as many books as possible, read editorials, read static books, build on knowledge. You have too much of time at hand, full enjoyment. Okay. Sudesh, question has been addressed by the expert only. Sai Babu, star candidates, that is meant for governance classes. Star candidates are basically, they are, there is nothing called star candidates in RPA. RPA calls them leaders of the political party, right? So there is a section 77 under RPA which says that if you are called a leader of a political party or a star campaigner, then the money that is spent on your travel for campaigning is not added in the person's expenditure limit. But you cannot share the stage with the candidate, you cannot take the name of candidate, you cannot share the poster with the candidate. These things are there. Okay, I believe that's all, guys. We are done. 2024 started last month. It's still doable. Just focus on again the same old story. Focus on GS right now for 2 or 3 months. By the end of June, July, try to finalize your optional, and by the end of December, finish your optional. That's it. Shalu, how do I solve that problem of the noisy environment? You tell me. What is this noisy environment that is there? Use ANC headphones. That is the only suggestion I have to prevent noise. Go to a library. You would have some library in your city. Nowadays, libraries are coming up everywhere. So take some kind of membership there. Go and sit there. That could avoid this kind of disturbance that you have in your area. So these things can be done. Largely, for most of you, I feel the preparation is very challenging in the house. You'll have some kind of problem every day in your house, good or bad. That is why you have to, even if you're living in your house, you should go to a library and study there, spend some alone time, study there. Don't go to make friends, girlfriends, boyfriends. Go and study there. It's very important, right? To have that peace of mind to study. Or if you have some kind of issue with respect to schedule, modify your schedule. Study at night when others sleep. You can study peacefully. Anyway, so that's all. Let's meet tomorrow. Till then, that is all for me for today. Jai Hind. Sneha, what kind of break? Any break which does not pressurize your mind into creating or learning new things. Don't learn new skills. Gym, go for it. Watching some movie, go for it. Having some nonsensical discussion with your friends, go for it. But don't learn new skills, all these things. Don't pressurize your brain. Your brain is already under pressure. Fun-filled activity. If you have a pet, that's an amazing pastime. Go to gym, play some sport, have a pet, have fun. Okay, Jai Hind, guys.